Will the House come to order? Mr. Clerk.
Aloha and good morning. Today's invocation will be delivered by Representative Diamond Garcia. Will the members who wish to participate please rise?
In the year 1847, King Lunalilo wrote this poem. Lo, the monarch's arm uprising, suddenly the islands freed. Oh, that hour, that blow surprising, God inspired the wonderful deed. Idols then and Maris perished, ceased the halted taboo spell. Oh, if idol sins be cherished, family graven idols fell. Hark to tell your vales and highlands, sound the gospel cry, be free. Haste, O haste to Judah's lion, light your path by God's own word. Sing no song but songs of Zion, trust no God but Jehovah the Lord. I'm going to read the scripture I read during my first invocation this session. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. As our ali'i did before us, let us call upon Akua for divine guidance. E pule kako. E ko mako mako I loko okalani. E ho ano ya ko I no hikimai ko aupuni. E malama ya ko makimaki maka honua ne. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for the awesome privilege it is to live here in Hawaii. We ask for your Spirit to be here with us. Lord, forgive this land of sin and bring healing to us is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Garcia. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Ayu, Mr. Alcos, Ms. Amato, Ms. Bellotti, Mr. Chun, Ms. Cochran, Mr. Evslin, Mr. Ganadin, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Gates, Mr. Hashem, Mr. Hashimoto, Mr. Holt, Ms. Hussey Burdick, Ms. Ichiyama, Mr. Iligan, Ms. Kahaloa, Ms. Capella, Mr. Kila, Ms. Kitagawa, Mr. Kobayashi, Mr. Kong, Ms. Lachika, Ms. Lamosao, Ms. Lowen, Ms. Martin, Ms. Martinez, Mr. Matayoshi, Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Mizuno, Ms. Morikawa, Ms. Nakamura, Mr. Nakashima, Mr. Nishimoto, Mr. Onishi, Ms. Peruso, Mr. Pirik, Ms. Poepoe, Mr. Quinlan, Mr. Sayama, Ms. Souza, Mr. Takayama, Ms. Takenouchi, Mr. Tam, Mr. Tarnas, Mr. Todd, Mr. Ward, Mr. Woodson, Mr. Yamashita, Mr. Speaker.
Present.
Mr. Speaker, all 51 members are present.
Item 2, reading of the Journal, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, may this matter be deferred.
So ordered. Item 3, Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the Governor?
Mr. Speaker, there are none.
Item 4, Mr. Clerk, are there any Senate communications?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of communications informing the House that the Senate has reconsidered action in disagreeing to amendments proposed by the House, has moved to agree, and has adopted the noted Senate concurrent resolutions.
Members, are there any introductions? Representative Chun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd just like to introduce to you one of my volunteers from my office, Kyle Louie. Kyle, please stand and be recognized. Welcome to your House of Representatives. Thank you.
Representative Lachika.
Mahalo, Mr. Speaker. It is my honor to introduce two very important people in my life. My husband, Cricket, may please stand, and also my father, Chito Kema, who's here with us today. He hasn't had a chance to visit me in the office yet or be in this building, so welcome to your House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to give a shout out and introduce Laverne Moore from the HSTA. Welcome to your House of Representatives.
Representative Kilo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, for the last time this legislative session, I have my grandma Leslie here. And then right next to her from the Alzheimer's Association of Hawaii, Ron Shimaboku. May please stand to be recognized.
Are there additional introductions? Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, I believe that's her. My eyesight's getting bad. But an incredible advocate for justice reform and prison reform is Kat Brady. Please rise. Thank you for your work. Yes, you.
Okay, members, we'll take a recess subject to call of the chair. Recess. Will the House come to order? All right, members, we're back on page 1 of the order of the day. Could you please refer to supplemental calendar number 1? The chair just wanted to give an explanation of the calendar. So as you know, the Senate President and I waived the Friday midnight deadline for the filing of committee reports and conference drafts for certain measures which were agreed upon in public on Friday evening. I wanted to take this opportunity to explain the procedural reasons why these reports and proposed drafts were not filed on Friday night and the reasons why the President and I waived the deadline. As you know, in December 2022, the Senate President and I prepared an internal legislative timetable set April 28, 2023 as the last day to file fiscal bills for constitutional decking purposes prior to final reading. In April, the President and I signed the conference committee procedures that provided in paragraph 11C that all conference committee reports for fiscal bills must be filed by 11:30 p.m. on Friday, April 28. However, several conference committees, even though they had reached agreement on the substance of their measures, did not have the time to prepare and adequately review the conference reports and final form of the conference drafts prior to the filing deadline. Therefore, the President and I exercised our ability under Rule 13 of the conference committee procedures for an exception to this deadline for these measures which were agreed upon in public. We authorized these measures to be filed with the respective clerk's offices between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Monday, May 1st. The waiver of the internal deadline ensured that our chairs had adequate time to review them before filing the measures for final decking. The conference reports and conference drafts for the measures received by 6 p.m. on Monday, May 1st, are listed on today's supplemental order of the day. These measures will receive the required 48-hour notice of final form as required by the Constitution and will be before this body for final reading votes on Thursday, May 4th. So could we please go back to the order of the day. We're on part 1, and we'll take up a few measures out of order. We'll begin with the motion to suspend the rules. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules of the House in order to consider certain House and Senate bills for final reading by consent calendar.
Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, could you please turn to page 4, Conference Committee Report number 108. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 108 as listed on page 4 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Pruso.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 7 have been distributed.
Representative Pruso.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Pruso.
This floor amendment is offered to recognize that the work of the Finance and WAM committees in terms of changing the funding. So originally this bill was meant to be funded through the general funds, and it will now be funded through the Public Utilities Commission Special Fund.
Okay, is there further discussion on floor amendment number 7? Okay, if not, we'll be taking a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Could you please turn to page 6 on Conference Committee Report number 137, Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 137 as listed on page 6 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Mizuno.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 8 have been distributed.
Representative Mizuno.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Mizuno.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The floor amendment represents what the Senate conferees and the House conferees agreed upon regarding the appropriation. The appropriation was only for 2023 through fiscal year 2024. We deleted the section that said 2024 to 2025 funding, so it is a friendly amendment. I ask that all members vote in support of this floor amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on floor amendment number 8? Representative Pirik.
In support.
Please proceed.
I support more tax dollars being allocated for sending homeless people back home and decreasing homelessness in Hawaii.
Is there further discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion carries. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, could you please turn to page 7? This is Conference Committee Report number 138. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 138 as listed on page 7 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Mizuno.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 9 have been distributed.
Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rationale is, again, Senate and House conferees agreed on funding for fiscal years 2023 to 2024. We did not agree on funding for 2024 through 2025. We have taken that language out. It's a friendly floor amendment. I ask all members to vote in support of this. Thank you.
Right, is there further discussion on floor amendment number 9? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, could you please turn to page 8, Conference Committee Report number 145, Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 145 as listed on page 8 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Todd.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 10 have been distributed.
Representative Todd.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Todd.
Thank you. This is a pretty minor cleanup thing, but it basically allows the newly established Safe Routes Advisory Committee time to plan before making recommendations to DOT, and also cleans up some programmatic expenditure money to allow the DOT more flexibility to expend funds currently within that program and be more responsive to community needs. Thank you.
Members, is there further discussion on floor amendment number 10? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Could you please turn to page Conference Committee Report number 148. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 148 as listed on page 8 and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 11 have been distributed.
Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Is there any discussion? Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment will change the funding for this measure from general funds to the University of Hawaii special funds, tuition and fees special funds.
Is there additional discussion on floor amendment number 11? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Please note the 48-hour notice for this measure. Members, could you please turn to page 11, Conference Report number 168. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 168 as listed on page 11 and that the accompanying Senate bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 12 have been distributed.
Representative Sayama.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All right, discussion, members. Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment reflects the agreement between the House Finance and Senate Ways and Means Committees, removing the 3 FTE positions from Senate Bill 945.
Is there further discussion on floor amendment number 12? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, please note the 40-hour notice for this measure. Also, members, please note that the remaining conference committee reports listed in this section, as reflected on pages 1 through 11, will be deferred 1 legislative day. We will take up these measures after passage of the state budget. Okay, we're back on the ordinary calendar, item 5B. We'll be taking one more item out of order for a floor amendment. Members, could you please turn to page 36, Conference Committee Report, number 143. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Conference Committee Report number 143 as listed on page 36, and that the accompanying House bill as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Hashimoto.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor amendment to offer.
Mr. Clerk, have copies of the floor amendment been distributed to the members?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, copies of floor amendment number 13 have been distributed.
Representative Hashimoto.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the floor amendment.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Great discussion. Representative Hashimoto.
Mr. Speaker, during the conference committee, the intent was to add a provision that would have ensured the counties addressed state impacts if they were given the power to bypass the Land Use Commission, in addition to all other requirements that were already included in the bill, which is for affordable housing. During the drafting, this was added as an additional section and not a subsection. And I can see how there might be confusion and concern with the bill as it stands now with the current language, but I believe this amendment makes clear the legislative intent of the conference committee of having the counties take on more accountability, not less. It was never the intent to make the process less transparent, and I believe this amendment makes this very, very clear. This amendment will now ensure that the counties issue a finding that is considered all impacts that the Land Use Commission would have considered under a petition to the Land Use Commission for a district boundary amendment, in addition to the 7 other requirements as included in this bill, and I humbly ask for your support.
Is there further discussion? Representative Purek.
In opposition?
Please proceed.
I'd like to thank the intent of all those who've introduced this bill and also created amendments to modify the bill. At the same time, I've received 32 emails asking me to vote no, so to honor the people of Hawaii, I will vote no.
Is there further discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote on floor amendment number 13. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, please note the 40-hour notice for this measure. And we're completed with our floor amendments. So can we take a 3-minute recess, members? Recess subject to the call of the chair.
Will the House come to order? Members, we are on page 12. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt conference committee reports listed on pages 12 through 20 and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on CCR 2? 3. Representative Pierrick.
In opposition?
Proceed.
This bill would eliminate gender differentiation in specific documents. I think it's important to notice the difference between a male and a female in our documents, so I'm voting no.
Moving on to CCR 4. 5. Next page. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Next page. 11, 1, 2. Representative Pierrick.
In opposition?
Proceed.
It's my understanding that this bill would increase the cost of living in Hawaii, so for that reason, I'll be voting no.
1, 3, 1, 4. Next page. 1, 5. Members, refer to CCR 1-6. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report 1-6 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Representative Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure members that this year will be a huge win for hemp lovers and the hemp industry. Although we are recommitting one of these measures regarding hemp, the contents still remain in HB 1359. So I do want to thank the author of the measure and know that the contents are still going to be enacted. Mahalo.
Any further discussions? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the previous speaker for assuring us that the Omnibus Bill 1359 is in effect those 4 recommittals, because the Cynthia Thielen, blood, sweat, and tears, for 20 years she fought for this, and it was when we first saw that 4 hemp bills are going to go down the drain, I was very concerned. So thank you very much for that assurance that Omnibus Bill 1359 encompasses all the 4 recommittals.
Thank you. And that's in support, right, Mr. Ward?
Yes, yes, sir.
Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the appropriate time, can we go back to Conference Committee Report number 12?
So ordered. Any other further discussions? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion is carried. Members, let's go back to 1-2. Any discussion, Representative Lowen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really briefly, this measure will reduce the cost of living for people. It is about energy efficiency, which is a win-win. It's adding some appliances to our state appliance efficiency standards. These appliances do not have a higher upfront cost, so savings will start on day one, and it just ceases having Hawaii be used as a market that's kind of a dumping ground for less efficient appliances that also, cannot be sold in certain other states. So this is a win-win for people in Hawaii where the cost of electricity is very high.
Any further discussions? Members, let's go back to page 15 on CCR 17, 18, 19. Next page. 20, 21. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Proceed.
I'd just like to thank the chairs of Agriculture, CPC, and the entire Hawaii Island delegation. Hawaii Island's coffee farms form one of the state's most iconic industries. And throughout the world, people appreciate the quality and value, and I am biased, so I will say perfection, of Kona and Ka'u coffee. This measure protects our coffee industry from commercial exploitation by expanding coffee labeling and advertising requirements to include ready-to-drink beverages and inner wrapping labels given to consumers. This will make truthful representation of the geographic origin of coffee products the law of the land and prevent commercial fraud and deception. coffee farmers have fought for 32 years to make this law take effect. This bill's passage is a testament to their efforts and the historic victory for the preservation of Hawaii's coffee heritage. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, CCR 22, Representative Nakamura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 16 and the attached proposed conference draft to the Conference Committee.
Representative Nakamura, we're on CCR 22. Please remake the motion.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Conference Committee Report number 22, not 16.
Thank you so much. Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? Representative Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is one of the other measures that have duplicative language in regards to HB 1359, and we just want to make sure that there isn't confusion when implementing these new laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussions? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. CCR 23, Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe, heard me talk about this bill. This is to stop and close down the unlawful, illegal care homes. I mentioned in the past that there are no criminal background checks on these care homes that are operated by the illegal entities and people. These unlicensed care homes do not pay taxes. The Department of Health nor the Department of Human Services have no oversight. They're caring for our kupuna and our disabled, but Department of Health and Human Services do not have the ability to do annual inspections or any unannounced visits, which is vital to ensure these care homes are actually providing proper care for our kupuna and our disabled. These illegal care homes do not have liability insurance. These illegal care homes do not have certified nursing assistants or nurses, and they charge significant amounts of money to these patients. Once these patients they use up all their money, they spend on everything, these patients are then kicked to the side and dumped to become the state's obligation. The state is now obligated to find a legal Medicaid care home. In support of this bill, because I want to give you the daunting statistics that I didn't give in my last speech. Currently, in the last 48 months, there were 221 reported unlicensed care homes in the state of Hawaii. Statistics show that we have closed down 11 unlicensed care homes and assessed $2.4 million in fines just in the last year. The current investigations are on 89 unlicensed care homes, again, either underway or pending. This bill will close down the legal argument that these illegal unlicensed care homes are only rental units or rooms for rent for elderly and disabled. We need this bill, and I ask all members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we're going to move to CCR 24. Next page, 25. Representative Lowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, not my finest moment this morning. I got my comments on Conference Committee Report number 12 actually apply to this bill. So if we can strike those comments and move them to this bill. And then, sorry, it's out of order, but can I request to insert written comments on the HB 192, StanCom Report number 12, which is also a money-saving measure for Hawaii residents.
So ordered.
Thank you.
No further comments on 2.5. We're going to move on to 2.6, 2.7, 2.8. Next page, 2.9, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2. Next page, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. Next page, 3.8, 3.9. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in opposition to 3.9, please.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, to me, this is a moral equivalent of a poll tax. a right that you have, but which you have to pay for. The point is, we have a shortage of rental units, an extreme shortage of rental units, and this puts a fee to fill out an application just to qualify to do the rental unit. This puts the people with the bigger wallet, rather than the stronger character necessarily, ahead of the line. Mr. Speaker, that is unfair. It's like a poll tax, which nobody agrees with. I'm not sure why even the realtors agree with this thing. Thank you.
Representative Pierrick.
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to 32?
So ordered. We'll finish 3-9. Representative Hashimoto.
In support.
Proceed.
I just would like to clarify that this is actually capping the application screening fee. So this is a consumer protection measure to ensure that those who are paying for screening fees to have their application reviewed, that they're actually paying the actual costs and no one's making a profit from this. So I think this is a very good measure to make sure that consumers are protected.
Second time, Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, also a point of clarification. The point is there should not be an application fee to do something that you by your right have to do without paying for it. That's the bottom line. We shouldn't have do we have an application to do the things that we have rights for? No. To have an application to get in a line to rent a property is unfair and unjust, Mr. Speaker. It gives those with a wallet, even though we have a cap, it give those with the bigger wallet rather than the Look, the experience of landlords is this. If you get good tenants, doesn't matter if they're poor or rich, as long as they're paying the rent and taking care of your house, that's the key. To have a bigger deposit is no guarantee you're going to get a bigger renter. It's the content of their character, Mr. Speaker. That's the issue. But to have a barrier that you can set a cap on, the point is you're still going to have to pay to rent a piece of property of which we have a very, very dearth of. We have such shortage of rentals, 50 to 60,000 units of housing. We have a crisis, and we're adding that on to, and you know my feelings about the Alice families. 50% of our people cannot make enough money to live in Hawaii. So this is another one of those. We promised to do the cost of living decrease, and here we are increasing the cost of living. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Let's move. Oh, Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, in support.
Proceed.
I just think it's really important to clarify, just for the record, that this measure does not increase the cost of living and does not make it more difficult for renters to seek a place to live, because it actually caps the fee that they would have to pay. So the process of collecting fees already existed. It's part of the housing market. And what this measure will do is cap the fee so that it's more reasonable. And it would be wonderful to pass a law to eliminate the fees, but this is a step in that direction. Thank you.
Members, we're going to move back to page 18 on CCR 3.2. Representative Pierrick.
In opposition?
Proceed.
So this bill would allow for somebody driving a car from 18 years old to 21 years old, if they're driving under the influence of alcohol, if they get pulled over, get a DUI, that DUI can be expunged from their record because they're driving under the legal age of 21. However, this age limit is still adulthood. So I think adults should be held accountable for their driving habits. If they're endangering people on the public by being drunk, that's not a good thing, and we should be tough on crime to deter crime, so I'm voting no.
Representative Souza.
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I just want to clarify that this bill is meant to expunge anything from the record that happened as a first-time offender before 1998. That was 25 years ago. I think that we can have some leniency in that regard to expunge something so old in reference to a 291E64. Thank you.
Representative Ganadin.
Mr. Speaker, in strong support.
Proceed.
There's a national movement to expunge old records for a variety of issues, including petty misdemeanors and misdemeanors. These records can significantly affect an individual's ability to retain custody of their children, gain housing, and gain employment. So for that reason, I'm in strong support.
All right, members, we're going to move back to page 20, CCR 4041. Representative Matsumoto,
Ruling on a potential conflict.
state your conflict.
My relatives own a home on the shoreline.
No ruling, and ruling stands till tomorrow.
Thursday?
Unless you, Thursday,
Thank you.
unless your circumstances changes. All right, members. Representative Pierick.
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, can we go back to number 35?
That's your last time. Okay, 35. Let's go to page 19, CCR 35. Representative Pierick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill guarantees the vote of eligible voters who cast their ballot and then subsequently die or otherwise become ineligible before Election Day. So to become ineligible would include having a felony. So do we want felons or people who are dead voting? I don't think so. We have an election day. I think that's more preferred versus an election week or an election month. So I'm for election integrity, and I'll be voting no.
Representative Tarnas.
In support of this measure.
Proceed.
This makes it clear that when you cast your ballot, that is when you're mailing your ballot, putting it into the drop box, putting it into the mailbox, that is when you cast your ballot. If you are eligible to vote at that time, then your vote will count when Election Day comes around, no matter what happens in between the time you cast your ballot and Election Day. This is a good bill. This just makes it very clear that when you cast your ballot, if you are eligible, then your vote will count. I urge all members to support this. Thank you.
Representative Souza.
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
And please enter the words of the Judiciary Chair into the record as my own. Thank you.
So ordered. Representative Ganadin.
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
To correct it once again here on the floor, and for all of those of you who in the public who might be listening, if you have a felony on your record and you are no longer under court supervision, you can vote. You should vote. You're a citizen of the state, and your rights are in jeopardy, and this is a democracy. This is how it works. So once again, to correct Representative 39, if you are a former felon or you have a misdemeanor or anything on your record, please vote.
All right, members. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 12, CCR number 3, SB number 109, SD1.
Mr. Speaker, recess.
Can we?
I don't. The chair will call a recess. Will the House come to order? Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 12, CCR number 3, SB number 109, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. CCR number 4, SB number 110, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 13, CCR number 6, SB number 1189, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 14, CCR number 12, HB number 192, HD2, SD1, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 17, CCR number 25, SB number 691, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 18, CCR number 30, SB number 1468, SD2, HD2, CD1, the following vote no. Amato, Hussey, Burdick. On page 19, CCR number 35, SB number 19, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Gates, Holt, Lomosau, Quinlan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 12, CCR 3, SB 109, SD1, HD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, and Ward vote no. CCR number 4, SB 110, SD1, HD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Perrick, and Ward vote no. Page 14, CCR 12, HB 192, HD2, SD1, CD1, Reps. Garcia and Perrick vote no. CCR 14, HB 541, HD1, SD1, CD1, Garcia votes no. Page 15, CCR 17, HB 692, HD1, SD1, CD1, Garcia votes no. Page 18, CCR 29, SB 1344, SD2, HD2, CD1, Perrick votes no. CCR 30, SB 1468, SD2, HD2, CD1, Perrick votes no. CCR 32, SB 1079, SD1, HD1, CD1, Perrick and Ward vote no. Page 19, CCR 35, SB 19, HD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, and Perrick vote no. Page 20, CCR 39, SB 930, SD1, HD2, CD1, Garcia, Perrick, and Ward vote no. CCR 40, HB 11, HD2, SD1, CD1, Perrick votes no.
Have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee reports listed on pages 21 through 29 and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass third reading. Final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on CCR 42, 43, 44, 45, 46? Next page.
Speaker.
Representative Ward.
I rise in strong support of CC 46.
Thank you. Proceed.
This is HB 1502, which limits compelled disclosure of sources or unpublished information for journalists, newscasters, persons participating in collection of dissemination of news or information. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is this will help whistleblowers, of which the state has very few, but this will protect them. It'll also help journalists to do more investigative reporting, of which we don't have too much, except I'm going to give out a shout to somebody who peers over the majority from Civil Beat, who's here every day purposely, and hopefully this will encourage him to even dig deeper into the issues of this place. Thank you.
Next page. 47, 48, 49.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Takayama.
On Conference Report 49, in support.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Chair of Housing Committee for advancing this pro-consumer measure. What it does, Mr. Speaker, is reduce the cost of smaller scale home renovations by several $1,000s for homeowners. And it does so by exempting these smaller scale home renovation projects from having to have an architect sign off on them. This exemption and its cost values were first set in 1979. And this measure reflects the realistic cost values in the 43 years since. So thank you very much to the Chair of Housing Committee for recognizing this and advancing this measure. Thank you.
5-0. Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill.
Proceed.
Nelson Mandela stated, "There is no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." Members, it is our responsibility as a society to safeguard and protect the rights of our keiki. I'm going to provide the 4 major points of this bill. First, a minor's mental capacity, the scientific evidence. Studies confirm that a child's brain is not fully developed. In fact, the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for behavior, speech, reasoning, continues to develop into early adulthood. That's the science. I'm going to talk about the United States Supreme Court decisions on a minor's mental capacity. In the U.S. Supreme Court case, Roper versus Simmons, the court wrote that children, and I quote, have limited understandings of the criminal justice system. In the Supreme Court case of Brown versus Florida, the court wrote, children lack the capacity to exercise mature judgment. And finally, in Ray Galt, the Supreme Court's landmark decision on due process rights for children, the court held that the state of Arizona violated the defendant's due process rights under the 14th Amendment, and that constitutional due process rights apply to children as well as adults. Chief Justice Earl Warren stated that even in a case of minors, due process of the law is a primary and indispensable foundation of individual freedom. I'm going to talk about point 3. This is the data from the National Registry of Exonerations. This shows that nearly 60% of 14 and 15-year-old children who were later exonerated for crimes they did not commit falsely confessed to the crime when they were interrogated. The National Registry also confirms that 86% of children under 14 years of age also later exonerated for crimes they did not commit falsely confessed. Point number 4, this bill also protects parental rights when a child is being interrogated by law enforcement. The purpose of this bill is to require that when an officer has the custody of a child under 18 years of age for an alleged violation of law, the child shall have contact with legal counsel, a parent, guardian, or legal custodian before the child waives their constitutional rights before interrogation. I wanted to thank the representative from Lower Kalihi who worked diligently with me on this bill. In fact, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have put in a stronger clause relating to parental rights. And I've heard a number of colleagues here passionately speak about if their daughter was going to make a life-altering decision, they should be there. The same applies here, Mr. Speaker. This is about parental rights. Let me quote to make sure I don't make a mistake. Page 4, lines 10 through 13 provides, any officer who has arrested a child under 18 years of age shall notify the child's parent. guardian, or legal custodian that the child has been arrested and shall provide the location of the child's detainment. I anticipate we might get a few no votes or WR votes on this bill because they think it's soft on crime. It's smart on crime. It's about the Constitution. It's about children's rights. If a child is making a life or couldn't be making a life-altering decision, that parent should be there. So I'm hoping those advocates on the floor that supported parental rights will support this bill, change their WR to an upvote, change their no vote to a WR. Finally, Mr. Speaker, members, I've identified the science, the United States Supreme Court decisions, the high rates of false confessions by our minors, and the important parental rights of this bill. It is our responsibility as a House of Representatives to safeguard and protect the rights of our keiki. Therefore, I ask all members to vote up on this bill to protect the constitutional due process rights for Hawaii's keiki. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ganadin,
In support, Mr. Speaker.
proceed.
May I adopt the words of the representative from District 29
So ordered.
with brief comment?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this mandates that when a child is in the custody of the police, that parents or guardians are notified. The statistics and the law are on our side on this. And I just want to note that many of us received a video of a fight involving kids it might have been Eva or here in myself and Representative from District 29's district in Kalihi, kids fighting. When the police do an investigation, oftentimes they interrogate children, they get the kinds of confessions that they wouldn't get out of adults. This mandates that that process gets slowed down and that the law is followed. It's not only good law, but it supports public safety. We want officers to get to the bottom of things, to start to work with community and to start to support the kinds of programs that reduce violence and end violence in our communities. Again, in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Garcia,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
proceed.
And just to clarify, there was no votes or WRs on this bill planned by our caucus at least. But I do want to say thank you to the introducer and for the amendments made on this bill that upholds parental rights, because that has been under constant attack nationwide and here in Hawaii. So thank you for partially upholding parental rights. Thank you.
Representative Brusso,
In strong support.
proceed.
May I have the comments from the representatives from Kalihi and from Kalihi Valley entered into the journal as if they were my own?
So ordered. Representative Tam,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support, same request and additional comments.
proceed. So
I just
ordered.
want to clarify that there was a reservation vote on this bill when it came to the conference committee time, and it was from the representative from Kapolei.
Representative Souza,
In support, same request as the previous speaker. Thanks.
so ordered. Right, members. Next page. 5-1, 5-2, 5-3. Representative Bellotti,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support, very brief.
proceed.
Mr. Speaker, mental illness and addressing severe mental illness and mental health treatment in our community was a top priority identified by this body early on in session. This is the one measure that we have that survives our discussions, and it adopts effective amendments to the assisted community treatment law that helps those with the very most serious mental illnesses and or severe substance abuse concerns who lack decisional authority. I know that there are concerns in the community about the due process rights of individuals who have ACT orders imposed upon them, but the amendments in this bill really take into consideration the team that is needed to treat individuals under ACT orders, and it adopts meaningful processes that allow for things like online hearings and telehealth. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, in strong support of this measure.
Representative Martin,
I request to have the words of the previous speaker enter into the journal as if my own, and also in support, I'd like to make a brief comment.
proceed.
This was shaping up to be a transformational session on assisted community treatment, which is a really important tool to address severe mental illness. Many people with that level end up on our streets, and their lives are miserable and unsafe, and they also cause a lot of stress in our communities. However, this is the only bill that survived. Fortunately, it was headed towards the judiciary, where they did recognize the importance, but this is an issue we really need to work on next session again. Thank you.
And so ordered on your request. Representative Nakamura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adopt the words of the representative from Makiki as they were my own.
So ordered.
This is a majority package bill, and I'm very proud of the work that was put into this bill to strengthen it by bringing together the family court, the attorney general, psychiatrists, and advanced practical nurses who all need to work together to help to address the issue of mental health needs in our community, and that's related to the huge homeless problem we have. And unless we pass bills like this that get to the heart of the coordination that's needed, we cannot move forward. So thank you to all who were involved in crafting this bill.
Members, 5-4, 5-5, next page, 5-6, 5-7, 5-8, 5-9. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in opposition to 5-9.
Proceed.
Which is related to, among other things, the levering, the hourly wage rate having to be exposed publicly to all employees. Mr. Speaker, all of you know that Hawaii is probably listed last among friendliness to business. This kind of pushes it further in that particular direction. Both the Chamber of Commerce and the retail merchants have said this is not a good bill for both employers and employees, even though I think it was conceived in that it would be better for the employees. Mainland companies and the big boys will have a leg up on the small companies, even though I know there are some restrictions here. But the small guys are going to lose on this in a particular way. Someone who is with high qualifications, or someone may be paid less who has high qualifications, because they know that those with high qualifications will have less room for negotiations. That is not a good point of view from the employee's point of view. It's also meant to make employees well aware of another's pay. Mr. Speaker, some of you know I've been in business before, and if an employee's transfixed on your pay, on their pay, it's probably best not to be in that particular profession. And I know all of the hardworking people on this body, we're not here for the pay. If we are, we're in the wrong business, Mr. Speaker. The point is, this has a lot of unintended consequences. The people who run businesses, who represented businesses, say it's not going to help the employees or the employers, but it's a micromanaging which has a lot of unintended consequences. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, I would say we leave the private sector alone. Thank you.
Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support, I'd like to thank our ECD committee chair for supporting this measure. It is humbling to speak today on behalf of women to address the pay disparity we continue to face. The Equal Pay Act was enacted in 1963, and although we've made some improvements since then, women still make significantly less wages relative to the average earnings of men, despite the fact of more women now graduate from college than men. These perpetual pay gaps mean larger financial losses over time, not just for women, but for our families too. The National Women's Law Center estimates that the current gap amounts to nearly $10,000 in median earnings for a year. Imagine what this difference could pay for. This difference could pay for more than 6 months of childcare, enabling women to continue sustaining employment and ensure financial security for their families. This difference could pay for 3 months of rent for stable housing. This difference could cover necessities that could alleviate the very real issue of food insecurity here in Hawaii.
This difference is the opportunity for a down payment on a home or a higher education degree. The research is clear. Women play a central role in society that has ensured the stability, progress, and long-term development and success of nations. As a legislator, I am committed to work with my colleagues to ensure we are actively preventing wage discrimination. SB 1057 aims to do just that by enhancing pay transparency and prohibiting employers from discriminating between employees regarding pay. And I will continue to commit to supporting policies that address and break down the systematic barriers that continue to prevent women from earning equitable pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Peruso.
In strong support.
Proceed.
I'd like to first have the words of the representative from Waipahu entered into the record as if they were my own, and I would just add that this is a really important equity measure, as she mentioned, and I think that we need to also recognize that we're just part of a larger movement around pay transparency, and I'm glad that Hawaii is finally participating.
So ordered. Representative Capella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I adopt the words of the two previous speakers?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative LaChica.
May I also adopt the words of the representative from Waipahu as if they were my own, and brief comment.
So ordered. Proceed.
In addition to strong support, in addition to women, let us also remember that we have a graduating class in Hawaii experiences huge brain drain from our youth that leave the island and never choose to return. And this really assists with job seekers, especially those entering the market for the first time, to be able to determine if this job will be able to support themselves and their families. It also gives them the ability to see what's available and be able to advocate for themselves in being able to have better pay for themselves. Thank you.
Representative Martin.
In strong support, and may I please have the words of the representative from Waipahu entered into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered. Representative Souza.
In strong support, Mr. Speaker. Same request, thank you.
So ordered. Representative Amato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I please have the words from the representative from Waipahu entered into the journal as my own? In strong support, sorry. Thank
So
you.
ordered. Representative Ward.
Speaker, I may change my vote, but I want to say one thing.
What position?
I'm still opposed to it because of the way that it makes too much public exposure of one's strategic plan for hiring employees. I totally agree with every person that just stood up because we should have equal pay between women and men. But I don't think that's the issue. The issue is we're opening up for transparency competitive things which may be between Chinese companies and our companies and other big companies who can offer more so the small guys don't get employees, of which now we have companies dying on the vine because no one will work for them. How many restaurants in my district went out because they can't get employees? So if we open up all of this, and again, I'm not against equal pay for equal work between the genders. The issue is these are strategic things that entrepreneurs and business people use as competitive edges, and employees who have high qualifications can leverage their employment status by bargaining with employers. If everything is already in print and you're locked into that, some of the high qualified people may say, well, look, that's not a big deal. I'm going to go to the mainland and make more money like many people have in the last number of years. We've lost 30,000 people because of low wages. This one probably may even suppress that strategy even worse. The point is equal pay for equal work. I totally agree with my colleagues, but this is an entrepreneurial issue. It's a business issue. It's just not a gender issue. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support.
Proceed.
May I have the words of the speaker from Waipahu who entered into the journal as if they were my own?
So ordered.
And just very quickly, I hope to change the previous speaker's mind as if you read the bill, this bill does not apply to positions with employers having fewer than 50 employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Members, we're going to move on to 6-0. Next page. On CCR 6-1, Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 6-1 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion, Representative Gates?
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Again, mahalo to my Senate counterparts, advocates, and stakeholders for helping to push these hemp bills this session. As stated previously, we are recommitting these measures to ensure there are no snags in implementation of HB 1359, which includes the duplicative language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, again, mahalo on behalf of Representative Cynthia Thielen. Thank you.
That's in support. All right, members, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. CCR 6-2, once again, Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Conference Committee Report number 6-2 and the attached proposed conference draft to Conference Committee.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion, Representative Gates?
In support, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Again, this recommittal ensures our LRB reviser isn't confused in rewriting our laws on the book in regards to hemp, and the language in this measure is included in HB 1359. Mahalo.
Any Representative Ward?
Mr. Speaker, same comment, same issue. Thank you. In support.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. CCR 6-3, 6-4, 6-5. Next page. 6-6, 6-7, 6-8, 6-9, 7-0. Next page. 7-1, 7-2. Representative Souza.
Mr. Speaker, with reservations for 7-2.
Proceed.
And I agree with the intent of this measure, but I do feel that the duty to intervene provides a slippery slope, especially when it comes to mistake of fact situations. Thank you.
CCR 7-3, 7-5. Representative Mizuno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support, I wanted to thank the Vice Chair of Human Services for finalizing the CD1 of this bill. I also wanted to thank the Department of Human Services Director Kathy Betts, Deputy Director Joseph Campos, and Medicaid Administrator Dr. Judy Moore Peterson for working with us to ensure these critical positions are filled by the Department of Human Services so they can accomplish their goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
7-6. Next page. 7-8, 7-9, 8-5, 8-6. Next page. 8-7, 8-8, 8-9, 9-0, and 9-1. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 22, CCR number 49, HB number 217, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 23, CCR number 53, HB number 950, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Amato votes no. On page 24, CCR number 59, SB number 1057, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 25, CCR number 65, HB number 369, HD1, SD1, CD1, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella, Lowen, Poi Poi. On page 27, CCR number 72, SB number 151, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Kong votes no. On page 28, CCR number 85, HB number 1329, HD1, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Capella, Peruso. On page 29, CCR number 88, SB number 1437, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Peruso votes no. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 21, CCR 43, HB 717, House Draft 1, Senate Draft 1, Conference Draft 1, AUKOS votes no. CCR 45, HB 1294, HD1, SD1, CD1, Garcia, Matsumoto, and Perrick vote no. On page 24, CCR 57, SB 944, SD1, HD2, CD1, Reps Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Perrick, and Ward vote no. CCR 59, SB 1057, SD2, HD2, CD1, Alcos, Garcia, Perrick, and Ward vote no. Page 27, CCR 72, SB 151, SD2, HD2, CD1, Alcos, and Garcia vote no. Page 28, CCR 86, HB 503, HD2, SD1, CD1, Perrick votes no. Page 29, CCR 89, SB 712, SD2, HD1, CD1, Perrick votes no.
Representative Peruso.
Mr. Speaker, may I correct my vote?
Please state it.
On Conference Committee Report number 65, HB number 369, I'd like to correct my vote to a no.
So ordered. Have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Representative Nakamura.
Can I request a recess?
The chair will call a recess for 45
2 minutes.
For 2 minutes. Recess. Will the House come to order? Members, we are on the top of page 30. Conference Rep Report 9-2. This is what happens when you have so much food in your stomach. So let me start over. CCR 9-2. Oh, sorry, members. Let's start over. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, with the exception of Conference Committee Report number 143, I move to adopt the Conference Committee reports listed on pages 30 through 38, and that the accompanying House and Senate bills as amended pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on CCR 9-2, 9-3, 9-6, 9-7, 9-8, 9-9. Next page. Representative Pierick.
9-9 in opposition.
Proceed.
So this bill authorizes the Board of Land and Natural Resources to place a lien on a property for non-compliance. A lot of people submitted testimony on this measure in opposition, believing that this gives the government too much power to take away their property. For those reasons, I vote no.
Thank you. Next page. 100, 101, 102, 103, 104. Next page. 105. Representative Pierick.
No, please.
Proceed.
This bill would fund art. I think art is a great thing. Culture is valuable. At the same time, we should prioritize our tax dollars towards roads and things like that, not art.
Representative Holt. Representative Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With reservations.
Proceed.
I'm in strong support of the intent of this measure. I think it's very important to specify the qualifications of the State Foundation on Culture and Arts Commission, and to make sure that these members have expertise in their fields, and also ensure that they're familiar with the people and cultures of Hawaii. I think it's very important, but the portion of the measure I have concern with is the addition of 2 non-voting ex officio members, which are specified in this measure as the chair of the House and Senate Standing Committee with primary jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I believe if we're going to name members to the commission as such, we should defer to your wisdom, as we usually do, and let the members be appointed by the Speaker of the House. Thank you.
Representative Tam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In support.
Proceed.
Just want to clarify that there is no appropriations into this bill. So the representative from District 39 is incorrect when he says that there are taxpayer dollars in this bill. There's none.
All right, members. 106, 110, 111. Representative Ward.
Speaker, 110.
110. Proceed.
Yes. Support comments in the journal, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
111, 112. Next page. 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 121.
Speaker.
Representative Ward.
In opposition, comments to the journal, please.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next page. 122, 123, 124, 125, 127. Next page. 128. Representative Tarnas.
In support.
Proceed.
Thank you. This is one of the most significant bills that we're passing out this session. We did this bill, we crafted this bill carefully in order to respond to the decision by the U.S. Supreme Court in the Bruin case, which said that all states must develop a system for licensing people to carry weapons concealed on their body. And in the Supreme Court decision, there was also, in addition to the majority decision, there was a concurrence signed by Justice Kavanaugh and Justice Roberts. And in that concurrence, it was clear that we could place reasonable requirements for people and qualifications for people to be able to qualify for getting a license. We could also, each state could also identify sensitive places where one would not be able to carry a concealed weapon. And so we used the latitude given to us by the Supreme Court decisions, majority and the concurrence, to craft this legislation that is consistent with the Second Amendment, protects the rights of those who wish to bear arms. It also protects the public interest and the desire of the public to feel safe in their environment. So we followed through and worked closely with the Attorney General's office, and I commend them for their hard work on this, looking at what are the best practices throughout the country. And we also worked with the various county police departments, the prosecuting attorneys, the public defenders. So we really were able to gather information from all these agencies, and we worked with those who are strong advocates for gun safety and those who are strong advocates for the Second Amendment and the rights of those people who wish to use guns and carry them. So I think this is a very well-balanced and reasonable bill. I encourage all members to support it. Thank you.
Representative Perrick.
In opposition?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is unconstitutional. The Second Amendment gives Americans the right to bear arms. These rights should not be infringed. The Bruin case points out analogous law from the past in 1791 when the Bill of Rights was ratified to say if there was a law at that time when the Second Amendment was ratified, we can let that law analogously carry over into 2023 to be our laws today. So we ask ourselves, was public parks outlawed to have guns back in 1771? No. Were there safe places as strict as this bill would propose? No. I'm against infringements on our constitutional rights, so I'm voting no.
Representative Matsumoto.
No vote and permission to insert comments into the journal.
So ordered. Representative Martin.
Thank you, and strong support.
Proceed.
I'd like to note that guns have changed a lot since the Constitution was written. We didn't have automatic weapons where you could take down a lot of people all at once. And I really appreciate the work that this body has done to try to keep us safe despite what is being forced upon us by the Supreme Court of the United States. Thank you.
Representative Nakamura.
In strong support.
Proceed.
May the words of our Judiciary and Hawaiian Affairs Chair and Representative from Kailua be entered into the journal as my own.
So ordered.
And I just want to add that I'm very happy that we now have a statewide framework since many of the counties have been passing ordinances on their own, that now we have a unified approach to concealed carry laws in our state. Thank you.
Representative Lowen.
In strong support, and I'd like to adopt the words of the representatives from Kailua and Kauai, and also permission to insert written comments in the journal.
So ordered. Members, let's move on to 129. 130. Representative Kobayashi. Okay. CCR 130. 132. Representative Perrick.
No, please.
So ordered. Proceed.
This bill would allow the counties to have taxes, and those taxes would obviously be something that I don't think most people want. People don't like taxes. I don't like taxes, so I'll be voting no.
Representative Ward.
Mr. Speaker, a no vote with a couple of comments.
Proceed.
As I've noted a number of times, the Constitution said, okay, states, you do the taxation, counties, you do the property tax. Unfortunately, since that beginning, we have ceded TAT taxes to the counties, we've given them GET tax, now we've got another surcharge tax. Mr. Speaker, we have promised to lower the cost of living. We are already the highest taxed without these taxes. How are we going to explain to our constituents that we've lowered the cost of living by having these taxes on top of the taxes that we've already given them? The point is taxation has gone out of control, and we're giving it to the counties. We at the state level may say, well, you know, we didn't do it. We just gave it to the counties. They're the one who is sticking it to you. In the end, the people will wake up and see that taxation is getting out of control, and this bill is one push in that direction. Therefore, I'm against it. Thank you.
Moving on to 135. Representative Holt,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and strong support.
proceed.
Nearly half of Hawaii's residents struggle to make ends meet. Caught between rising costs and stagnant wages, families continue to fall behind despite working one or more jobs. What if a public program could give these families more economic security, improve health and educational attainment, and support upward mobility? There is such a program. It's called the Earned Income Tax Credit. Mr. Speaker, this is from a report after the 2017 session when we implemented the EITC, and at that time it was a non-refundable tax credit. What is the EITC, you ask? It's a powerful tool to help uplift families out of poverty. It encourages work and the economic security needed to support healthy lives, get a good education, and increase future earnings. One of the recommendations in this report, Mr. Speaker, was to make the state EITC refundable, and we did that 2 years ago, making it refundable up to 20% of the federal credit. And this year, we're taking a further step forward and making it refundable up to the 40% of the federal credit. Mr. Speaker, that's only one portion of this bill. This measure gives relief of over $125 million, $42 million for the Earned Income Tax Credit, over $47 million for the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit, and $36 million in the Food Excise Tax Credit. These are things that we all campaign on. These are things that we all talked about in our majority package, and to finally be here today to pass out this measure is something that we can all be very proud of. This program is important because it provides economic benefits to working families, and it rewards work. And for those with children, it benefits them even more. The average EITC for households with children amounted to nearly $3,200 in 2018, compared to only $300 for a family without children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Majority Leader for giving me homework and reading materials so I could become the expert on this issue. I'd also like to thank the Finance Chair for your hard work and negotiations on this measure, and for all of the members for making this a priority to help working families in Hawaii. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Ward,
Speaker, support.
proceed.
Because this is all about the Alice families, may I ask for the previous speaker's comments to be inserted in the journal as my own?
So ordered.
Thank you.
Representative Nakamura,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask that the words of our Economic Development Chair from Palama be entered into the journal as they were my own.
so ordered.
And I'd like to also add that this is really a component of the majority package that has been expanded. So now, other than as our Economic Development Chair said, we are going to be doubling the Earned Income Tax Credit. We're going to be almost tripling the Child and Dependent Care, and then doubling the Food Tax Credit. All of these measures will bring thousands of dollars of tax relief to our working low-income families in Hawaii. And I want to thank our Finance Chair, our Economic Development Chair, and members for helping to craft this bill and to get this through the finish line. Thank you.
Representative Bellotti,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in support.
proceed.
I have long been a supporter of the Earned Income Tax Credit, so it's really heartening to see that this is being increased. However, I would like to say, as we continue to move into the interim, when we talk about the Alice families, we are really looking for broader tax relief for those who are asset limited, income constrained. So when you look at the adjustments that were made for those who are 40,000 and over, there is that middle class income, that middle class bracket that we need to really start to pay attention to. So again, while I really truly support the measures in this, I think we need to have a broader conversation about the tax relief to benefit middle-class families here in the state of Hawaii. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kobayashi,
Mr. Speaker, in support.
proceed.
This is a very good step in providing tax relief, given the situation that occurred to us outside of our control when the council and revenues decreased by $1.2 billion estimated revenues. So while we would have wanted much more tax relief, our expected income loss of $1.2 billion was a very severe constraint. I agree that there is much more work to be done, and hopefully next year we can address some of the other provisions that were not included in this bill. Thank you.
Representative Capella,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support,
proceed.
I'd like the words of our majority leader and our chair of health inserted into the journal as if they were my own.
So ordered.
This measure is a win for working families, and our working families need more wins. So I hope that while we've done such incredible things, I really do hope that we continue to look at passing more tax fairness initiatives in the years to come. Thank you again, and thank you to all who worked on this.
Second time, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Speaker. As one former speaker said, let's broaden the discussion. I want to mention something that is very key.
Position?
In support, in
Thank
addition, of course. The best welfare check is a good job. The best tax relief is a good job. Mr. Speaker, we have said, but we have not acted upon diversifying our economy. I've talked about being the Hollywood of the Pacific, low-hanging fruit, being the sports center of the Pacific if we build the stadium properly, being the space tourism of the Pacific, Geneva of the Pacific, etc. We have to give the Alice working poor a break, but we have to give them good jobs is the point, Mr. Speaker. We don't have the size of our economy fitting the needs of our family. That's the key to keeping the Alice families from either going further down the path to homelessness or picking up and moving to the mainland, of which we know is not a good trend. So we need to diversify the economy when we talk about tax relief. But we're talking about tax relief, which is good, but we got to go beyond that. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Lowen.
In support, and can I adopt the words of the Chair of Economic Development?
So ordered. Members, let's move on to the next page. 141. 147. 150. 153. Next page. 154. 157. 158. 160. Next page. 165. 167. 169. 170. And 171. The chair will call a quick recess. Recess. Will the House come to order?
Mr. Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 31, CCR number 100, SB number 764, SD1, HD3, CD1, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella, Peruso. On page 33, CCR number 117, HB number 307, HD1, SD1, CD1, Rep. Capella votes no. On page 35, CCR number 128, SB number 1230, SD2, HD1, CD1, the following vote no. Gates, Keela, Kong. CCR number 130, HB number 24, HD1, SD2, CD1, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella, Poi Poi. On page 37, CCR number 154, SB number 1518, SD2, HD3, CD1, the following vote no. Hussey Burdick, Capella, Peruso. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye with the exception of the following. On page 30, CCR 99, SB 1391, SD1, HD2, CD1, Rep. Herrick votes no. Page 31, CCR 101, SB 1502, SD2, HD2, CD1, Rep. Herrick votes no. Page 32, CCR 105, HB 478, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Herrick votes no. CCR 106, HB 475, HD1, SD2, CD1, Rep. Herrick votes no. CCR 111, SB 1232, SD1, HD1, CD1, Garcia votes no. Page 33, CCR 114, SB 1313, SD1, HD1, CD1, Rep. Herrick votes no. CCR 121, HB 1101, HD1, SD1, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, and Ward vote no. Page 35, CCR 128, SB 1230, SD2, HD1, CD1, the Minority Caucus votes no. CCR 132, HB 1363, HD3, SD2, CD1, Reps. Alcos, Garcia, Matsumoto, Herrick, and Ward vote no. Page 36, CCR 143, HB 676, HD1, SD2, CD1, Garcia and Matsumoto vote no. That's it.
I want to just mention that CCR 143 was already out for a vote. All right, members, have all votes been cast? Representative Hussey Burdick?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to register a no vote on HB 307, Standing Committee Report 117, page 33.
So ordered. Any others? Said bills pass final reading. Members, we are on page 39. We will be taking HB 732 out of order. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, I move that further consideration of House Bill 732, HD1, SD1 be postponed indefinitely.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion, Representative Tarnas?
Thank you. In support of the motion.
Proceed.
Thank you. We, just a few moments ago, or earlier in our session, passed out Senate Bill 203, which is substantially the same as this measure, HB 732. It actually is slightly better constructed, has better language, but they both do the same thing. So since we already moved out Senate Bill 203, House Bill 732 is redundant, so I support that we postpone this discussion indefinitely. Thank you. I urge members to support this motion. Aloha.
Members, we are going to take a voice vote to postpone this measure indefinitely. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Members, there will be two motions on the remaining House bills on pages 39 and 40. One to agree to the Senate amendments and one to pass the House bills on final reading. Representative Nakamura for the motion to agree.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the amendments made by the Senate to House Bill number 91, HD1, House Bill number 92, House Bill number 97, HD1, House Bill number 907, HD2, House Bill number 977, HD1, House Bill number 1104, HD1, House Bill number 1108, HD1, and House Bill number 1205, HD1.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Representative Nakamura.
Mr. Speaker, with the exception of HB 732 HD1 SD1, I move that the House bills listed on pages 39 and 40 pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on HB 91? Representative Tarnas.
In support.
Proceed.
Thank you. House Bill 91 and the following two bills are three of the many bills that this body has approved that were recommended by the Commission to Improve Standards of Conduct, or the Campaign Spending Commission, or the Ethics Commission, the Office of Elections, the Attorney General, the prosecuting attorneys. All of these bills are to help improve public trust in our institution and in our government. After having been rocked by scandals of two of former members of this legislature who were indicted for taking bribes, we were all shocked. We were dismayed. We were offended by that behavior. But we needed to take action, and that's what we've done. And I want to thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the members for being courageous and passing a whole body of work, which I think addresses a lot of these major issues by improving our ability to prevent corruption, by making ethics a much more fundamental requirement of government service, by making sure that our elections are carried out with integrity and security, and by making sure that we are able to punish those who transgress, and that we have the tools to make sure that we can hold everybody accountable and keep government transparent and do a better job. So I hope all of this body of work will help improve public trust in our institution. I think that we have responded to that public outrage after seeing what happened in the past couple of years. And it's not just those former members of the legislature, but we had incidents of corruption happening at the county level in every one of the counties. And so I think we have been responsible in the House. We took the lead. I thank the Speaker for creating the Commission to Improve Standards of Conduct. We took the recommendations from that commission and all the other related bills. We moved them through the House over to the Senate. Not everything passed, but a strong body of work did pass. We have a lot to be proud of, and I urge members to support these three measures here that are on the agenda before us right now. And I think we can all feel good that we did our job in addressing these significant issues and helping through all of this work to improve public trust in our institutions. So I urge members to support this measure. Thank you.
HB 92, HB 97, next page, HB 907, Representative Chon.
Speaker, in support, request
Proceed.
for written comments.
Proceed, so ordered.
Thank you.
HB 977,
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Bellotti.
if we can go back to the previous bill, 907, House Bill 907.
Let's finish 977. Let's move to HB 907, Representative Bellotti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In strong support of this measure, as one of the themes is going to be, we were really focused on mental health issues. We still have so much more to do, but this, House Bill 907 relating to telehealth, is going to be one of those major bills that is going to come out of this session that really advances us forward in being able to address the mental health needs of our community. What we learned through the pandemic was the importance of telehealth. This measure, worked on by community stakeholders, from hospitals to the plans to providers, is going to ensure that more people throughout the state of Hawaii can access telehealth, but most importantly, mental health services. So in strong support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Representative Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I adopt the health chair's words if they were my own?
So ordered.
This has been a priority for my community of Waianae, being that it is a very rural community. My commute here is about 38 miles, and a lot of the healthcare is centralized in Honolulu. But to provide them with access and the reimbursement for telehealth will bring healthcare to many of my community members who are struggling with health issues right now. I want to thank the body for moving this measure out. This has been something we've been working on since COVID also. And so it's really good to see it finally going through. And mahalo to the health chair, finance chair, and everyone else. Mahalo.
Representative Kahaloa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to adopt the words of the health chair.
So ordered. Representative Poi Poi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the introducer of this measure, I also wanted to add a comment. Thank you to everyone else who spoke on this very important bill. Prior to the pandemic, we were already slowly implementing telehealth, but I think one of the maybe silver linings was that we were forced to expedite implementation of telehealth in our state. For my community and the communities I represent, very rural in nature across Maui County, and this measure will allow access to quality health care for those vulnerable populations, including those in those rural and remote areas, especially with the needed mental health services, those with limited incomes, limited transportation, and just making these services more reimbursable. This is a game changer for the delivery of health care in my district, and I just want to thank everyone who helped and the advocates on getting this bill passed this session. Thank you.
Thank you. HB 1104, HB 1108, HB 1205. Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, on the measures before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Garcia.
On the measures before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all votes been cast? Said bills pass final reading. Members, there will be two motions, one to agree to the Senate amendments and one to adopt the House concurrent resolutions on pages 41 and 42. Representative Nakamura for the motion to agree.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the amendments made by the Senate to the following House concurrent resolutions. HCR number 16, HD1. HCR number 40. HCR number 41. HCR number 58. HCR number 116. And HCR number 133.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Representative Nakamura for the motion to adopt.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the House concurrent resolutions listed on pages 41 and 42.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on HCR 16?
Speaker.
Representative Ward.
Speaker, I rise in strong support.
Proceed.
This is a resolution to support unequivocally the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the author of this bill. At the same time, for those of us in this nation, maybe in this state, who have become fatigued by the war in Ukraine. Some have said that, we've given money and weapons and we're just tired. We don't see any end at the present battle. To those, I would say this: giving weapons now is probably the least we should be fatigued by, because, Mr. Speaker, if Latvia or Lithuania or Estonia, the ones that are easy picking for Putin to invade, then because of NATO's agreement with the United States, we have to not just put weapons, we have to put boots on the ground. Or if they then move into Poland or to Hungary, then we have all of Europe as not a blitzkrieg, but just total devastation. The point is, Mr. Speaker, we have to stay the course. This reso says that exactly the case. We are for the Ukrainian people, and the things that we do is steady as you go, and inevitably, and I believe this is the way the universe is structured, win as will be the case for the right people at the right time. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I end by saying, Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
HCR 40. HCR 41. HCR 58. Next page. HCR 116. HCR 133. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. Item 6, final reading. Members, again, there are two motions, one to agree to the Senate amendments and one to pass final reading. Representative Nakamura for the motion to agree.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the House concurrent resolutions listed on pages 41 and 40. I move to agree to the amendments made by the Senate to House Bill number 1081 HD1.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussions? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. For the motion to pass final reading, Representative Nakamura.
I'll get this right. Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill number 1081 HD1, as listed on pages 42, pass final reading.
Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Any discussion on HB 1081? Representative Morikawa for the vote.
Mr. Speaker, on the measure before us, all majority members vote aye.
Representative Garcia.
On the measure before us, all minority members vote aye.
Have all the votes been cast? Said bill passed final reading. Item 7, members, are there any announcements? Members, personal privilege, I would like to announce that tomorrow, on May 3rd, is the 5th anniversary of the 2018 historic Kilauea eruption. The first fissure of the eruption opened on May 3rd, 2018, in a residential subdivision called Leilani Estates in Puna. The following day, on May 4th, the island was struck by a magnitude 6.9 earthquake. As magma continued its move to the lower East Rift Zone, over the next 2 months, lava covered 13.7 square miles of land, several dozens of feet deep in places. The flows in the lower East Rift Zone destroyed 700 homes, displaced over 2,000 people, covered 30 miles of road, and added an astonishing 875 acres of new land to Hawaii Island. I thank this body for your support in our continued efforts in the recovery and renewal of a vital and prosperous community in Puna. 5 years later, as we move forward, we need to remember that my community is still in the process of healing and growth, and many families are still struggling. They still need roads back to their homes, water, restoration of farms, housing, and basic infrastructure. I'm very thankful to our body and our partners who continue to support the recovery of my Puna community. I greatly appreciate this body for remembering tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of the 2018 historic Kilauea eruption. Thank you. Members, motion to adjourn, Representative Morikawa.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 o'clock a.m. Thursday.
Representative Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday.